Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Brown Swiss Canton Show, Guernsey Parish Show. I'm excited to get started today, and not a better way to get started than with our Little Britches here. This is Millie and Maple. Did a great job of getting her calf around the ring, and certainly worthy of a blue ribbon. So congratulations.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Stephanie. I will be emceeing the show here today. We are starting off this gorgeous day with our showmanship classes. And starting off the day was our Guernsey Little Britches class. And the winning entry goes to Millie Hodge.
Really nice. Really nice class of showmanship here for our juniors. And I told the kids in line that the first two kids were really, really close for me. I thought they did a great job of presenting their animals. I thought that they both were pulling throat, stayed really good eye contact with me, could set their heifers up pretty readily. But we're going to give the advantage to the young lady here in first, and if she wants to pull her heifer out, she can. I thought she was just a little bit quicker setting her heifer up, especially in the beginning of the class. She got her heifer with her legs more squarely placed underneath her a little bit more rapidly than our young man here coming out in second. I do grant the young man in second's handling a little larger animal than our winner is today, but I felt that she had a tendency to get her legs pretty stretched out when he'd set her up, and he's I think, got a really great start with her, and with a little bit of fine-tuning, that's going to be a nice showmanship heifer this year. Second over third, just a little bit more eye contact, a little faster on setting the heifer up, moving feet when I walked around the animal, but great kids and a nice class of animals. Congratulations.
The winning showman of the junior showmanship class today goes to Brianna Gartman. Second place, Dakota Vaguely Paulson. And then wrapping up our junior showmanship class goes to Everett Poulter. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our intermediate showmanship class.
really nice group of kids and heifers here in our intermediate showmanship class, and a class that I worked around here a little bit in the middle, because I think there's kids in this class that do a lot of things really, really well, and then there's also some things they've got room to work on that I talked to them about in line. And my young man that wins the class today, just really smooth in the ring. He kept great eye contact. His heifer responds to him. He's good on the move with her. Switches feet pretty comfortably. Pulled throat. All the things you're looking for. A nice job in your showmanship winner, and somebody that's obviously spent a lot of time with his heifer. And that smoothness and just kind of consistency of how she was in the ring is what places over my young lady here in second. Second place heifer, young lady did a great job with her heifer. A little bit smoother going around the ring than when she got in line. You saw I dropped her down when she was in line, and I think if she spends a little bit more time there, she's got a great chance to continue to climb up this summer. Second over third, just a little bit more consistency and speed in how she set the heifer up. My young lady here with the Guernsey in third did a great job of presenting the heifer around the ring. It's a beautiful heifer, but tended to just kind of move her back and forth a lot when she was setting her up both in line and around the ring. But her just smoothness and quality as a showman carried her over my young lady here in fourth. Fourth place calf did a good job of moving, but maybe just not as consistently as the ones ahead of her. So great group of kids. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. The winning entry of the intermediate showmanship class goes to Mason Morith. Second place, Eva Gamini. Third place, Leah Smith. Fourth place, Kinsey Strobel. Fifth place, Addison Riley. And then finishing out our intermediate showmanship class was Lucas Weisensell. Now entering the ring is our second intermediate showmanship class. Attention in the barns. Attention in the barns. Please have your senior showman on deck.
Let's give this class of intermediate showmen a round of applause. This was a really, really tough class and a great group. I told the kids down there on the end that they were making this hard on me, and we've got several showmen in here that are very, very good and are going to have some fun summer and fall ahead of them. If the young lady wants to pull her heifer out here in first, I made a late switch on first and second. I thought at the end, my young lady here in first just got her heifers set up a little bit more quickly than the one in second. Both these top two, their heifers glide around the ring. Their eye contact is excellent. The heifers look great. They're presented extremely well. And I think you could have gone either way on this first pair, but ultimately it was just the speed and precision on my winner over my one in second, who took just a little longer to get her heifer set up. Second over third would just be more on the consistency. When my young lady here in third had her heifer smooth and gliding and dropped her feet right on, she was easily as competitive as the first and second. Just not the consistency every time I asked her to do that. The heifer didn't deliver yet, but with some more work, I'm confident she will. Third over fourth, the fourth place heifer was fighting my young lady here at the beginning of the class. She did settle in. She started to get really smooth by the end, but just not the consistency throughout the class. Although she does place over our final two entries here today. Very nice job presenting the heifer, great eye contact, and just a really nice job presenting her heifer. So congratulations, everybody.
The winning entry of the Intermediate Class 2 goes to Savannah Fairbank. Second place, Vivian Litke. Third place, Addison Strobel. Fourth place, Reese Speth. Fifth place, Tegan Busloff. And finishing out our class was Maya Schroffnagel. Now entering the ring is our senior showmanship class. Attention in the barns. Attention in the barns. Please bring your Brown Swiss and Guernsey spring heifer calf calves to the show ring on deck.
It's a really strong class of showmen here, several of which I'm sure will do really well at Junior State Fair and other places yet this year. But my winning entry here, my young lady with the Guernsey, I told her she didn't miss a beat. The heifer glides around the ring with her. The heifer responds to her. She sets up. Her eye contact with me was excellent. I couldn't catch her not paying attention. And for me, that's why just the consistency and high performance throughout the class is why she's going to win today. First over second, just a little bit on that precision, a little bit on that speed. Although my young lady here in second did an excellent job with her Brown Swiss and presented her really well. Second and third is another really close placing. I think it was just the smoothness on the go between second and third, but like I told him in line, we're nitpicking a little bit. Third then over fourth, just on the ability to set the heifer up more quickly, more consistently than my young lady here with the Guernsey in fourth. Although she places over the one in fifth, on her ability to present the heifer consistently, the heifer responds to her. I told my young lady here in fifth, she does an excellent job of showing, but the calf's just not quite ready this early in the season. So congratulations, everybody.
The winning showman of the senior showmanship class went to Olivia Genrich. Second place, Peyton Vagley. Third, Callie Draves. Fourth, Allison Gartman. Fifth, Josie Mackey. Sixth, Kaylin Schroffnagel. And then finishing out our class today was Elena, and I apologize in advance. I'm going to try my best. Carbajal. Good job, all of our junior showmen today. All right, we're going to be kicking off our show today, starting with our Brown Swiss Spring Heifer Calf class. If we can please have the Guernsey Spring Heifer Calves on deck, there is only one Brown Swiss entry.
Just one entry here in our Brown Swiss Spring Calf class, but really nice made class. Nice made calf. You love the cleanliness of bone down through the hock. You love the dairiness and quality that she carries up through her front end. Really nice calf that is certainly more than worthy of blue ribbon. So congratulations.
The winning entry of the Brown Swiss Spring Heifer Calf class goes to Justin Maring. Now entering the ring, excuse me, I cannot talk today. Huh? All right, now entering the ring is our Guernsey Spring Heifer Calf class. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Please have your Brown Swiss winter heifer calves on deck.
Three really nice calves here in our Guernsey spring calf class today. My heifer that's here in first, she's going to place first over second, mostly on her width, capacity, and just size and scale right now. She's taller at the point of shoulders, a little bit longer from end to end, and specifically over the calf here in second has more width to her chest. I like the way that her front feet don't toe out as much as a little bit as the calf here in second, though I do grant that the calf in second is a little bit more cleanness of bone and dairiness and style throughout. Second place calf, really fancy calf, really eye-catching calf. And she's going to place over the one in third because of her style, because of the straightness across her top line. She's a little bit higher in the chine. Really nice, beautiful open sweep to her rib, more openness to her rib here over our calf in third. Third place calf's a really nice made calf, really straight, balanced calf. And like I said, three beautiful calves in this class of Guernsey spring calves. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. The winning entry of your Guernsey Spring Heifer Calf class went to Brianna Gartman. She was also your first place junior. Second place, Lauren Weisensell, your second place junior and second place open. And finishing out the class was Violet Jenrick, who is also a junior. What a wonderful class of juniors today. Now entering the ring is the Brown Swiss Winter Heifer Calf class. Let me introduce you to our today's judge. Josh Hushan is the fifth generation in his family to be involved in dairy, and he is the director of dairy strategy and marketing for Cargill, in which he leads the company's Herd First Show program. He and his wife Casey also operate Brothers 3, an elite group of Brown Swiss and Ayrshires near Watertown, Wisconsin. Brothers 3 has bred or developed 55 All-American nominations during the past 30 years, including 31 that are bred and owned, and 15 named All-American. Notable ones include Top B3 Woodford, intermediate champion at the World Dairy Expo, and Bud John Vale Autograph Christina, junior champion in Madison. Josh has judged the Kentucky Brown Swiss National and locally at county fairs within Wisconsin. He and Casey have a son, Caleb, who turns a year in July. Let's give our judge a round of applause today.
4 entries here in our Brown Swiss Winter Calf class, and for me, a class that sorts itself out pretty handily today. The first place calf, and my young man wants to go ahead and lead her out. Really nice, stylish heifer and super balanced heifer. You love the straightness of the top line on the move. You love the openness to her rib, and you love the openness and capacity to her rear rib, which is specifically what places her over here. The really tall, long, stretchy heifer here in second. Second place heifer, you love the uphill run of the heifer. You love the length to this heifer. And I told the young lady leading her, as she develops more of a rib throughout the summer, I think that she's got a bright future here end of the fall. And it's the length and style and uphill run that places her over here. My calf here in third. Third place over fourth, just a taller calf, a little longer calf. Then a really nice made calf here that rounds out in fourth. Congratulations.
The winning entry for the Brown Swiss Winter Heifer Calf class went to Mason Moretz. Second place and first junior, Addison Strobel. Third, Kinsey Strobel. And finishing out the class today was Justin Maring. Now entering the ring is the Guernsey Winter Heifer Calf class.
Here in our Guernsey winter calf class, we've got a nice group of heifers here, and for me, a heifer that pretty confidently sorts her way to the top of the class. You love the style of this heifer. You love the length of body. I love how she runs uphill. She's high chine. She's open in her forerib, and it's her straightness of rump and specifically the placement of the thurls, which allows her to track more smoothly on her rear legs. That places her over the calf here in second. Second place calf and the third place calf are similar made calves. You love the length of body. You love the openness of rib. You love the sweep to the rib. Maybe just not as nice through the thurls, not as straight from hooks to pins as the calf here that won the class today. Third over fourth, just cleanliness of bone, specifically up across her withers. She's a little bit sharper shouldered calf. She's a higher chine calf than a really nice made January calf here that comes out in fourth. Fourth over fifth on her openness of rib, on her style, and just the length of body that she has over here. My fifth place calf, which is a really nice square calf, but maybe just carrying a little bit of extra weight compared to the calves above her. Fifth over sixth, so she's taller calf. She's a little bit longer over a nice calf here in sixth. So congratulations, everybody.
Thank you, Judge. The winning entry of the Guernsey Winter Heifer Calf class goes to Valley Gem Farms. Second place in First Junior, Allison Gartman. Third place, Brianna Gartman. Fourth place, Olivia Jenrick. Fifth place, Versaville Garretts. And finishing out the class, Millie Hodge. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our Brown Swiss Fall Heifer Calves. Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Please have your Guernsey Fall Heifer Calves on deck. As our judge here today is judging our Brown Swiss class, have you had a chance to go to the corner of the barn to check out our silent auction? There's a lot of really nice things over there, so make sure you bid high and bid often.
Really nice class here of fall calves in our Brown Swiss show today, and for me, a pretty handy winner here in this first place darker colored calf. I love this calf out on the move. So much style, so much length, so much cleanliness of bone, and I particularly love how she is strong through her chine and runs uphill. And it's the strength through her chine. It's the way that she holds herself together when she stands in line that places her over another really nice made calf here in second. Second place calf, you love the balance, you love the strength of this calf, and it's that length of body, it's the overall capacity, height at the withers, and just length from end to end that gets her over the calf here in third. Third place calf, you love the length of body of this calf, and it's that length of body and then ultimately just being taller at the withers that gets her over my twins here, November-born twins that round out the class. So congratulations, everybody.
The winning entry of the Brown Swiss Fall Heifer Calf class and your first junior went to Savannah Fairbank. Second place and second place junior, Dakota Vagley Paulson. Third place, Addison Riley. Fourth place, Zach Schwaffnagel. And then finishing out the class was Maya Schwaffnagel. Entering the ring now is our Guernsey Fall Calves.
Really high quality and big class here in our Guernsey Fall Calf class. And for me, a heifer that just comes into class and wins it quite handily. I love this heifer. This heifer is long, she's straight, she's stylish, tremendous openness of rib, moves around the ring and her legs very, very comfortably. And for me, is a pretty handy winner in this class of calves here today. First place calf over the second place calf. This is an October calf here in second, primarily in her openness of rib, the drop to the fore rib, the openness and sweep to the rib, and the capacity of rear rib places her over a really tall, well-grown, and long-made October calf here in second. Second place calf over the third place calf. It's on her stature, it's on her height at the withers, it's on her length of body from end to end, and a little bit straighter when she gets in line and stands with her legs a little bit more squarely placed underneath her than the calf here in third. Third and fourth, really close placing. I ended up keeping the October calf back here in third. I just like the openness to the rib that she has. I like the little bit more openness and sweep to her rib over another really nice made calf here in fourth. Fourth place calf over the fifth place calf on her height at the withers, on her length, and just a little bit more just overall mass to the calf, more size and scale than the one that's coming out here in fifth. So congratulations, everybody.
Winning entry of the Guernsey Fall Heifer Calf class goes to Leah Smith. Second, Josie Morris. Third, Reith Speth. Fourth, Josie Morris. Fifth, Hannah McGliss. Sixth, Josie Morris. Seventh, Lucas Wenseville. And then eighth, Reith Speth. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our Brown Swiss Summer Yearling Heifer class. as our judge is judging the Brown Swiss Summer Yearling class, have you had a chance to check out the silent auction in the back corner of the arena? Let me tell you about those. One of the baskets up there is called Fun in the Pool. Comes in a beautiful wicker basket full of all the summer essential pool needs. Our second basket is picnic and chocolate chip cookies. You had me at chocolate chip cookies. Those look homemade. Can't beat that. And along with those cookies comes the patriotic picnic galore basket. The third basket comes with a shepherd hook, bird feeder, and amazing bird seed from Muskego Feed and Seed, a local feed store in Muskego, Wisconsin. I think I need that. The next silent auction item is from Joyce Uglow Flag Tray. Let me tell you, as soon as I saw Joyce Uglow with those chocolate chip cookies and homemade bread, I knew that was the one for me. This also comes with maple syrup and popcorn. Next silent auction item is Jessica Maring's apple pie and accessories. Ooh, I don't know about you guys, but homemade pie sounds delicious. Then our last silent auction item of the day is the phenomenally built windmill planter barn. Man, that'll look great in my garden. Make sure you check those out and bid high and bid often. Attention in the barns. Attention in the barns. Please have your Guernsey summer yearlings on deck.
In our Brown Swiss show, in the summer yearling class, really big class, really high quality class, and honestly a really challenging class to piece together. The first place heifer, though, for me is a nice winner in the class today. You love the style that this heifer has. You love the cleanliness of bone, the straightness to her lines, and she's just a really pretty heifer when she gets out on the move. I love how clean down through the hock that she is, and then she just wins the class for me here today. Second over third, you saw that I made a late switch here. To be honest, I told the young lady on the third place heifer that her heifer better follows the pattern of the second place heifer, but I just felt like this heifer that was in second just had too much size, too much length, and specifically was much better in the rump. I prefer the second heifer in terms of how she is sloped from hooks to pins, how the tail head sits down between the pins over the heifer here in third. Although I do grant the heifer in third is much cleaner down through the thigh, much more feminine up through the head and neck, and what was a really close placing for me. Third place heifer over the fourth place heifer, just in her style and her cleanliness down through the front end. She's also a little bit more cleaner down through the thigh over a nice made heifer placing here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, I told the young lady here in fifth, this was one of my favorite heifers in the class. August-born heifer, really stylish, really pretty made heifer, just not the size and scale to get up further in the class today, but it is that style, it is that hardness down across her top line that gets her over another massive August-born heifer here in fifth. Congratulations, everybody.
Your winning entry in first junior of the Brown Swiss Spring Yearling class goes to Savannah Fairbank. Second place, Peyton Vagley. Third place, Vivian Litke. Fourth place, Brittany and Lily Newman. 5th place, Kaylin Scharfnagel. 6th place, Callie Draves. 7th, Addison Riley. 8th, Sophia Shennery. 9th, Maya Schraffenagel. And finishing out the class is Tegan Busla. Now entering the ring is our Guernsey Summer Yearling class. Attention in the barns, if you can please bring your Brown Swiss Spring Yearlings on deck.
Three nice heifers here in the Guernsey Summer Yearling class, and a heifer for me that wins the class today won her style. As she gets her out across the ring, she's harder down across her top line. She moves more smoothly around the ring, and I just feel like piece for piece, the pieces just fit together a little bit better right now, and it is a heifer that a little bit more style on the move than our taller, longer heifer here in second. I do grant that the heifer in second is taller than the first place heifer. She has more length of body, and it's that height and length of body that get her over the heifer here in third. Third place heifer is a nice made heifer, just not quite as tall and deep bodied as the ones ahead of her. Congratulations.
The winning entry in first junior of our Guernsey Summer Yearling class goes to Allison Gartman. Second place, Olivia Jenrick. And then finishing out the class, Reith Speth. Now going to be entering the ring is our Brown Swiss Spring Yearling heifers. Attention the barns, please have your Guernsey Spring Yearlings on deck.
Nice class here in our Brown Swiss Spring Calf class, and for me, a heifer that wins the class with her style. She wins the class with her balance and strength, and is a really nice heifer when she gets out on the move. So first place heifer is going to place over the second place heifer, specifically in her strength and width and depth of body. She's wider down through the chest floor. She's got more openness and spring to her rib and a lot more drop to her rear rib over our heifer here in second, although I do grant the heifer in second is cleaner down through the thigh than our heifer that's in first. Second place heifer over the third place heifer. I prefer how she stands when she's in line. She's harder across the top line. She's more level from hooks to pins than a taller made heifer that's coming out here in third. Third place over fourth, taller, longer, deeper bodied heifer than my fourth place heifer. Fourth place heifer, I told the young ladies, I love how this heifer's made. She's stylish. She's straight top, straight inner lines. Just not enough horsepower to get up in the heifers that was ahead of her today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. The winning entry and first junior goes to Evan Hathaway. Second place and second junior, Dakota Vaguely Paulson. Third place, Callie Draves. Fourth place, Justin Mehring. Fifth place, Elena Carball. And finishing out the class, Justin Mehring. Now entering the ring is our Guernsey Spring Yearling class. And attention in the barns, if you could please have your Brown Swiss winter yearlings on deck. Attention in the barns. If you can also please have your Guernsey winter yearlings also on deck. The next class is going to be a short entry.
Three entries here in our Guernsey Spring Yearling class, and for me, a heifer that wins today on her style and balance throughout. This is an April-born heifer, and I just prefer the way that she moves about the ring, the straightness to her lines, the levelness from hooks to pins, and the balance that the heifer has, particularly being a little bit deeper on her rib and specifically her her rear rib, although I do grant the heifer in second. It's taller, longer made, a little bit more power than my heifer here in first. Second place heifer over the third place heifer because she's taller at the withers, because she's longer from end to end, and she's just a little bit deeper in her rear rib than another long-bodied, tall heifer coming out here in third. Congratulations.
Your winning entry of the Guernsey Spring Yearling class and first junior went to Dakota Vaguely Paulson. Second place, Josie Morris, and finishing out the class was Violet Gendrick. Now in the ring is our Brown Swiss Winter Yearlings. On deck, if we can please have our Guernsey Winter Yearling, and then our Brown Swiss Fall Yearlings on deck. While our judge is judging our winter yearling class, have you checked on your silent auction baskets lately? I would check on over. Bid high, bid often.
Just one entry here in the Brown Swiss Winter Yearling class, and we were waiting to see if a second one was coming, and I told the young lady while we were waiting it was going to take a good one to beat this one, because I think this heifer's a pretty sweet heifer. Really stylish up through the front end, really high chine, love the cleanliness, the femininity throughout her front end, down through the thigh, femininity of hock. This is just a really stylish, sweet-made heifer, and certainly more than deserving of a blue ribbon. Congratulations.
Your winning entry in the Brown Swiss Yearling class went to Peyton Vaguely. Now entering the ring is going to be our Guernsey Winter Yearlings. With that being said, please have your Brown Swiss Fall Yearlings on deck.
Two really nice heifers here in the Guernsey Winter Yearling class today. I think both these heifers have a lot of potential here as we get later into the fall show season. Heifer that's in first for me today is just a little bit more heifer than the one in second. She's just a little bit taller. She's just a little bit deeper in her body, a little bit more depth to her rear rib. And it's those advantages in just capacity and height at the withers that places her over a really nice made heifer in second. I do grant that the heifer in second is a little bit trimmer down through the thigh today. She's a little bit more carrying a little bit less flesh over the ribs, but too much power and capacity in the first place heifer to get around her today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. First place Guernsey Winter Yearling went to Leah Smith, who is also our first junior. And then finishing out our class was Lauren Weisensell, and she was also the second junior. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our Brown Swiss Fall Yearlings. for those of you who have not bid on the silent auction items yet, you have till the junior champion of the open show has been crowned. So if you guys better check on your baskets, bid high, bid often.
Last class of our Brown Swiss heifer show here this morning, and they definitely saved the hardest one for last. The first place heifer, though, here, as I told the young ladies here in line, 3 very different heifers. All 3 of these heifers could have won the class on a different day. But for me, the heifer that comes out here in first just has the fewest flaws. I appreciate how stylish she is. I appreciate how clean down through the thigh that she is. And I was over her overall combination of style, cleanliness, and also the fact that she's due here in just a couple months and is in pretty good condition considering she's pretty far along pregnancy-wise. That's what wins the class here for her today. Second place over third place is just on the capacity of rib. I love this third place heifer. I love the style. I love the chisel down through the top line, down through the thigh. Just not enough capacity to get ahead of the calf here in second. Third place calf, I do grant, is an October calf. She's off age, and it's that style, cleanliness, and straightness of lines that gets her over a calf here in fourth. Fourth over fifth on the way that she holds herself together when she's in line. She's stronger through the loin than our fifth place heifer here, who's just due here at the end of August. So challenging class of heifers, and congratulations to the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Josh. The winning entry of your Brown Swiss Fall Yearling class goes to Brittany and Lily Newman. First junior and second place in the class was Savannah Fairbank. Third place and second junior was Caroline Anderson. Fourth place, Paul Magnuson. Fifth place, Callie Draves. And finishing out the class today was Zachary Schraffenagel. Now entering the ring is our Guernsey Fall Yearling class. Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. Please bring your junior first and second place animals to the ring for junior champion of the junior show. Again, first and second place juniors of each class to ringside for junior champion of the junior show.
Two nice entries here in the Guernsey Fall Yearling class, both September born, both due in December. First place class is first place heifer is going to win the class for me today. Owner style and balance. I admire how straight across the top line that she is. I like the sweep to her rib, the drop to the fore rib, the capacity to her rear rib. And when you stand behind this heifer, she's got more spring of rib here than my heifer that's coming out here in second. Second place heifer is another really well-made heifer and certainly follows the pattern of the first place heifer. Just not as quite the capacity throughout her rib structure as the one ahead of her. So congratulations to both exhibitors.
As we get our Brown Swiss Junior class winners ready to go to ringside, have you seen the auction baskets lately? This is the perfect opportunity to take a look at everything before we decide the junior champion of the junior show for the Brown Swiss animals. All right, everyone. Now entering the ring is the Parade of Champions for the Junior Champion of the Junior Show. Please help me welcome back our spring calf winners, Addison Strobel and Kinsey Strobel. Following, nope, I messed that up. There is no spring. So, starting the parade is our winter calves, Addison Strobel and Kinsley Strobel. Following them are our fall calves, Savannah Fairbanks and Dakota Vaguely Paulson. Following our fall calves is our summer yearlings, Savannah Fairbanks and Peyton Vaguely. Following our summer yearlings is our spring yearling representatives, Evan Hathaway and Dakota Vaguely Paulson. Following our spring yearlings is our winter yearling winner, Peyton Vaguely. And then rounding off our parade for Junior Champion of the Junior Show are two fall yearlings, Savannah Fairbanks and Caroline Anderson. Let's give our juniors a round of applause.
Here in the Brown Swiss ring, we're ready to select the junior champion of our junior show today. And I pulled out the 4 heifers to me that I felt like were in contention for that today. Starting with our December calf. December calf was in a really difficult class today. I love the length of body of this calf. I love the cleanliness down through the head and neck. And just really a heifer that has tons of potential here as we go later into the year. My winning fall calf, I felt like in class the fall calf was a nice winner in that class, and as she gets out here today, I love her style, I love her straightness of lines, cleanliness of bone, especially up through the head and neck. We've got our winning spring yearling out here, super well-balanced heifer, a lot of power, a lot of strength, depth to her rib, and just a really super balanced, high-quality heifer. And then our winning winter yearling was the only one in that class, but you love the dairiness of this heifer, you love the cleanliness over the bone, the chiseled down through her thigh, and these are the heifers for me that are in contention for the junior show champion today. I'm going to go out and congratulate the junior champion, the reserve junior champion, and the honorable mention in that order. Then I'll come back and give you some reasons as to why. For me today, the fall calf is your junior champion, and I think that she does it pretty logically for me. Like I said in the class and just here a minute ago, I love the style of this heifer. I love how pretty she is on the move. She's so hard top. She's so feminine up through the head and neck, clean bone down through the hock. And for me today is your junior champion. She's going to be junior champion over the winter yearling, and specifically it's going to be the balance that does it for her today. I prefer the fall calf and how hard she is over the top, a little bit more pleasing from hooks to pins than our winter yearling. But a winter yearling, I think, that follows the same pattern of the fall calf with the style, with the cleanliness of bone, and just being a clean, well-made heifer. Honorable mention was a lot closer for me. Ultimately, I went with the spring yearling. I told the young man in class, I think this heifer has a lot of potential when he gets some weight off of her because she's so balanced, she's so powerful, and it's that balance and depth to her rear rib that's going to make her your honorable mention today. But really great group of kids, great heifers, and congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your 2026 junior champion of the junior show goes to Savannah Fairbanks. Reserve junior champion went to Peyton Vagley, and your honorable mention today went to Evan Hathaway. And because there is no milking cows here today, they are also the grand and reserve grand of the show today. Let's give our juniors a round of applause. Now entering the ring is the Brown Swiss Open class. So, junior champion of the Open show. Our spring calf winner was Justin Mehring. Following the spring calf was our winter calf class, and that was Mason Morath and Addison Strobel. Following our winters is our fall winners, and that was Savannah Fairbanks and Dakota Vagley Paulson. Following our fall calves was our summer yearling winners, Savannah Fairbanks and Peyton Vagley. Following our summers is our spring yearling winners, and that was Evan Hathaway and Dakota Vagley Paulson. Following our spring winners is our winter yearling winner, Peyton Vagley. And then rounding out our junior champion of the Open show is Brittany and Lily Newman and Savannah Fairbanks. Let's give our exhibitors a round of applause today. Attention to the barns, attention to the barns. Addison Riley, if you can please bring your bred and owned animal on deck.
All right, we're out here to select the junior champion and then subsequently grand champion of our Brown Swiss Open Show today. I've pulled out the 5 heifers here for me that are in contention for this honor today. First and second place December calves. That was a difficult class. Yet I think that this December calf in class was a handy winner. You love the balance of this heifer. You love the straightness to her lines. Just the way that all the parts, like part for part, just fit together. A really smooth blending heifer with a lot of style and potential to her. Our second place December calf, we've talked about her, the length of body, the potential that she has. The fall calf again, we talked about the style that she has, the cleanliness of bone, the femininity. Our spring yearling, mass, power, strength, size, scale. And then our winter yearling, who we just talked about a minute ago, a lot of the same femininity and style that some of the heifers out here with her are. I'm going to go out again, congratulate the junior champion, the reserve, and the honorable mention in that order, and then I'll tell you why. For junior champion, we're going to stay with the fall calf because of the style, because of the smoothness with which she moves around the ring, and just the femininity throughout. Reserve's a little closer for me, but we're going to make the December calf reserve junior champion. The December calf, I think, just has a little bit more balance to her than the winter yearling, who will be reserve junior champion. I prefer how she blends from hips to pins, and just a little bit more balance in our fall yearling. But winter yearling. Three really, really nice heifers, and very, very deserving of your honors today. So congratulations to everybody involved.
Your 2026 junior champion of the open show for Brown Swiss Canton 1 goes to Savannah Fairbanks. Reserve junior champion, Mason Morth. And then honorable mention, Peyton Vagley. Congratulations. Thank you to Josh Hushon for judging our show today, and to all the people who donated the junior awards. Without their contributions, our show would not be successful. Also, thank you to the Wisconsin Brown Swiss Queen, Caroline Anderson, and helper, Charlie Uglow. Now entering the ring is Brennan, owned by Junior Exhibitor.
We've got two entries in here for best bred known of our junior show, and we're going to go with our spring yearling here, our April born heifer. We talked about that heifer in class being super balanced and well made, and she's going to be your winner today for best bred known. Congratulations.
The winner of the Brennan owned today is Dakota Vagley, and this award is sponsored by the Norm Magnuson. Now, please help me reintroduce to you our 2026 Parade of Guernsey Champions for the Junior Show. Entering the ring with our two spring calves is Brianna Gartman and Lauren Weisensell. Following our spring calves is our winter calves, Allison Gartman and Brianna Gartman. Following our winter calves is our fall calves, Leah Smith and Reese Spath. Following our fall heifer calves is our spring yearling, Allison Gartman and Olivia Jenrick. Following our summer yearling winners is our spring yearling winners, Dakota Vaguely Paulson and Violet Jenrich. And then completing our parade for Junior Champion of the Junior Show is Leah Smith and Lauren Weisensell. Let's give our Guernsey Juniors a round of applause here today.
All right, we're ready to select the junior champion of the junior show here in our Guernsey breed. And I've pulled out the 5 heifers for me that were, six? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the heifers that are in contention for me today. Our winning fall calf, love this calf in class, love the style, love the balance, the way she commands the ring. This heifer has a lot of ring presence to her. Our first and second summer yearlings, 2 heifers that were close in class, 2 heifers that have the same length of body, the openness and sweep to their rib. I pulled out our spring yearling, April-born spring yearling, really stylish, well-balanced heifer that has a lot of femininity and cleanness down through the thigh. And then our first and second fall yearlings, both heifers that have a lot of strength, style, balance, and a lot of style to them today. So I'm going to go out and congratulate the junior champion, the reserve junior champion, and the honorable mention in that order, and then I'll tell you why. I honestly think you will wear the rubber off your tires driving around trying to find a deeper class than this Guernsey junior champion is here. I think the heifers in this class are tremendous, and that's why it took me a little bit longer today to find your champion. That being said, for me today, the fall calf's an easy junior champion. I just love the way that this heifer commands the ring. When she came in the ring this morning, you could just tell that was the kind of heifer that was going to have a big day today because of the way she commands the ring, her style, her balance, the way that she tracks on her feet and legs. I think this heifer's got a tremendous future to her. It gets a little bit closer for reserve junior champion for me today, but we're going to go ahead and go with our spring yearling, a heifer that I think has a lot of the same style. She's hard through the chine. She's got a lot of cleanliness and femininity down through the thigh, and it's going to be a little bit more depth to her rib that gets her over the summer yearling, which will be your honorable mention champion. Another heifer that has a lot of straightness of lines, a lot of style to her, but maybe just not quite the depth of body that the 2 heifers have ahead of her. So really nice group of heifers, and let's give these juniors a round of applause.
Your 2026 junior champion of the junior show for the Guernsey Parish Show went to Leah Smith. Reserve junior champion was Dakota Vaguely Paulson, and our honorable mention today went to Allison Gartman. Congratulations, juniors. All right, now to our junior champion of the open show for the Guernsey 2026 Parish Show. Please help me reintroduce to you our winning entries of the spring calf class, Brianna Gartman and Lauren Weisensell. Following our spring calves is our winter calves, Valley Gem Farms and Allison Gartman. Following our 2 winters is our winners from the fall calf class, Leah Smith and Josie Morrison. Following our 2 winning entries from the fall class is our summer yearlings, Allison Gartman and Olivia Genrich. Following our summer yearling winners is our spring yearlings, Dakota Vaguely Paulson and Josie Morris. Following our spring yearlings today is our winter yearling winners, Leah Smith and Lauren Weisensill. And then finishing out our junior champion of the Open Show Guernsey Parade is Hannah McLuce and Reese Speth. Let's give our Open Show exhibitors a round of applause today.
Before we select our junior champion and then grand champion of the Guernsey show, there's just two things that I want to say before we select our winner today. The first, I want to just say thanks for the opportunity to judge the show today. I've really enjoyed it. It's been an honor. This is a show I've been showing at for 20-some years, and have a chance to place it today was something that I really enjoyed. So I just want to thank everybody for that opportunity. The other thing I want to do is to thank all of the people that run this show behind the scenes. I've been in a lot of shows now and involved in a lot of shows to know that these things don't happen without people like Joyce Uglow, Justin Maring, Eileen North, the Oberhouses, the Wise and Cells. So I just want to thank them and ask that we all give a round of applause to the people that organize and put on this show. Now we've got 5 heifers out here for our junior champion and grand champion of the Guernsey show today. And I think this has been a tremendous Guernsey show. I've been really, really impressed with the quality and the depth of it. And I think there's a lot of heifers in here that are going to have big years yet at the state level, Madison and beyond that probably. So we've got our first place December calf here. Really pretty calf, really stylish, really well-made calf. We've got our fall calf. We've talked a lot about her today. So stylish, so pretty on the move. We've also got our second place fall calf. I love the length of that calf, the stature and the potential that she has. We've got our summer yearling out here again. Again, long-bodied calf, a lot of straightness, high chine. And your April-born spring yearling, who's just kind of cut from the same cloth as the rest of these, of a straight-line heifer that's really feminine down through the thigh. So I'm going to go out and select your junior champion, the reserve, and the honorable mention in that order, and then I'll tell you why. It's the fall calf for me today. I probably tipped my hand a little too much in the junior show champion, but I think this heifer is a tremendous heifer with a big future ahead. I'm excited to see how this heifer continues to develop. For me today, she's your junior champion because I feel like the December calf follows the pattern of the fall calf. She's just not as mature and with as much capacity yet. December calf, same straightness of line, same high style kind of heifer. Just not the openness to her rib yet that the fall calf has, but I think a heifer that's got a lot of potential to her as well. It's going to be the December calf then over our spring yearling for the reserve. The difference between the two to me today was just the hardness of top on the December calf, especially when she stands in line. I felt that she just showed herself off a little bit more than our super well-balanced April-born spring yearling, who will be your honorable mention. So congratulations to everybody involved, and thanks again for having me.
Your 2026 Junior Champion of the Guernsey Show goes to Leah Smith. Reserve Junior Champion, Valley Gem Farms, and honorable mention, Dakota Vaguely Paulson. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Just 2 entries here in our junior best 3 class, and it's a pretty close placing, but we're going to give the advantage here to the group of calves that are here in first. A little bit more uniformity throughout all 3 members of the group, and that's the reason they're going to place over the second place group. Second place group has some ribbon power to it, but maybe just not the uniformity in the 3 heifers presented. Congratulations.
Attention in the barns, attention in the barns. Lunch is ready to be served. Make your way down.